Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
%80 of master modes is aiming. Without it, you're space debris. Today we'll cover ESP, curves, saturations, and maneuvering. This will apply to mouse and joysticks, but I'll clarify as we go further along the video. Just make sure to also check the timeline. This tutorial does require some basic understanding of flight, but if you're not there yet, make sure to check my playlist of combat tutorials linked below and at the end of this video. And for anyone who doesn't know about head tracking, this is how I control my camera while sitting in the cockpit. Just click the link above if you want to better understand how head tracking works or struggle with good settings. First, all your curves and saturation should be default or 1.0. If you have never adjusted your curves, this value should be the default. We want a fresh canvas to find your aim. For anyone unfamiliar with FOV, this is a setting that adjusts your field of view. My approach to this setting is find the setting that you like and stick to it. While it's mostly visual, it does affect your aim a small bit. Basically, the higher your FOV, the wider your range of view, but the smaller your target. This means that you might need a little bit more sensitivity to move the same amount of pixels as you did at a lower FOV. It's marginal, but it's there. For mouse settings, first you have two options, VJoy and relative mode. This can be cycled in your key bindings under flight movement. I only recommend relative mode if you're a high sensitivity player or good at toggling mid-combat between relative and VJoy mode. For most of us, you'll probably prefer VJoy mode. Next, let's look at game settings and navigate to pilot VJoy range and pitch degrees. These control how much you have to move your mouse to reach the maximum turn rate. These are my settings, but adjust this to what feels right to you. That said, you want to have as small of a degree range as comfortably possible for you, as more mouse travel equals more time. Max rotation aiming is the principle of applying maximum pitch or yaw depending on which your ship performs best. I'll be using the Gladius, so I will always try to use pitch. However, there are tiny exceptions, and sometimes aiming with a yaw is the preferred strategy. That said, always try to establish pitch aim. Keep in mind, this is a tool, not the complete solution. And if you're going to follow this guide to adjust any of your sensitivity settings, make sure to adjust these settings on a light fighter. They're the most nimble fighters in the game, and adjusting this on something heavy and slow will not be accurate. That said, these settings will translate to anything heavier. So how do we use max rotation aiming? The goal is to maneuver into an orbit pattern at max or near max velocity while maintaining your aim at max or near max rate. This helps minimize required adjustments to our aim as it lowers the amount our enemy's pip can maneuver. A great way to practice this is by orbiting an object while maintaining max or near max aim. As you orbit the pole, you'll start to get a feel for your rotational rates. Now pretend that this pole is another fighter. Imagine you're locked in your orbit rate and your nose is unable to return to the target. What is the solution? Counter your strafe direction. In this example here, as my ship is strafing downwards in relation to the pole, I quickly upstrafe, then go back to downstrafe to recontinue my orbit. As you'll see when I do this, it'll cause a snap to my nose. As you practice this, you'll get a feel for your nose control. The general rule is as you orbit the target, you counter your strafe direction to gain additional acceleration to your nose, then continue the orbit direction to increase your velocity and lock the opponent in a rate fight. The tighter you are to the target and the faster your relative speed is to the target, the harder it will be for them to reacquire nose position. A really good way to practice this is by looking for players who are fighting other players and practice orbiting them as they maneuver around space. The difficult part is keeping the distance tight. Before we figure out your aim, let's cover ESP. ESP is a fixed circle around our target which adjusts our aim to assist us. The only players who should ever experiment with this feature off are mouse users. ESP strength is how strong the magnetic pull of ESP is. It's what gives you that sticky feeling. ESP dampening curvature is the ramp up time of the ESP strength. If you want a linear feel, you want zero dampening. For the most part, everybody should be using 1 strength and adjust the dampening as needed. The most common values among skilled pilots at the moment are 1 strength and 0 to 0.15 dampening, with some using up to 0.50 dampening. That said, for now, I want you to use 1 strength, 0 dampening. While we are here, I want to cover magnified aim UI under game settings. You want this option off as this makes your pip smaller. A larger pip will give you a false sense of accuracy, as a pip size does not increase your aim assist. If you have never gone over will give you a false sense of accuracy. Game settings. You want this option off as this makes your pip smaller. A larger pip will give you a false sense of accuracy, as a pip size does not will give you a game settings. That said, for now, I want you to use 1 strength, 0 dampening. While we are here, I want to cover magnified aim UI under game settings. You want this option off as this makes your pip smaller. A larger pip will give you a false sense of accuracy, as a pip size does not increase your aim assist. If you have never gone over your Star Citizen settings, I highly recommend checking out my video settings for master modes. You'll see a link above or below in the description. This next section is controller dependent, so make sure to check the timeline. Before we start adjusting anything, we need to understand our options. First, everyone should be using at least 0.95 saturation on their pitch and yaw, except for mouse users. This naturally increases your aim sensitivity, but reduces the amount your stick has to travel to reach maximum movement. This is a must, as having to reach the outer edges of your joystick is not the best for time or accuracy due to the increasing friction and resistance of the stick on the except for mouse users. This naturally increases your aim sensitivity, but everyone should be using at least 0.95 saturation on their pitch and yaw, except for mouse users. This naturally increases your aim sensitivity, but reduces the amount your stick has to travel to reach maximum movement. This is a must, as having to reach the outer edges of your joystick is not the best for time or accuracy due to the increasing friction and resistance of the stick on the outer edges. Aim comes down to feeling, and you have to trust your instincts. For example, when I was trying to figure out my aim solution, I felt as if when I moved my stick 25%, it only moved 15%. This means my sensitivity was too low for me. So how do we fix this? You have 2 options. Option 1, lower your saturation in increments of 0.10 till you get the desired feel. You can fine-tune in increments of 0.5, and remember, anytime you have a new setting, test it for at least 5 minutes unless you feel an excessive inaccuracy. The second option is negative curvature values, but you should only use this if you do not want to decrease your joystick throw any further with lowering saturation. If your sensitivity feels too high, then you add curves to your pitch and yaw axis. Do this in increments of 0.1 till you find an amount that works for you, then repeat the 5-minute accuracy rule. Lastly, we have dead zones. Let's start by setting our dead zones to 0 and look for any movement that the ship does on its own. Dead zone is a value that changes the physical movement required before your joystick starts to place an input. This can be controlled independently for every axis on your stick. If you see movement, increase the dead zone 1 digit at a time till no movement continues. If you have more movement than you should, it might be time to replace your springs, clean your internals, or lubricate. For mouse, it's highly unadvised to use any curve values. The only setting you will ever adjust for your mouse is sensitivity, and there is no way to separate flight from FPS sensitivity settings. So whatever you find comfortable for FPS will be your flight settings, unless you use something like a DPI switch. This is where you must choose between being a relative or VJoy pilot, as relative is impossible with low sensitivities due to how long it would take you to turn your ship around. So now that we have a good understanding of our aim settings, how do we find what works? Let's start by entering free flight. I like to practice this by quickly aiming at random targets in the verse. I do this at non-ship targets as I don't want any effect from ESP affecting me. As I snap around, I'm just trying to find a setting that feels comfortable to me, where when I move my stick a certain amount, it feels correct to my hand. Now that we've figured out our saturation and curvature values, we can figure out our ESP setting. What I like to do is aim around at random players and just add some movement while I'm trying to move and readjust my aim. This is done in 2 ways. You can either flick aim, which means going on and off the target quickly, or you can do sustained aim, which is trying to keep your aim in the pip as centered as you possibly can while doing smooth maneuvers such as corkscrews or orbit patterns. In general, if it feels that when you fall off the center of the pip, it takes too much input for you to get it back into the center, that means your curvature is too high. And conversely, if it feels that once you're on the pip, you start to lose control of the pip really easily, or it just doesn't stick as much as you'd like, then your damping curvature is too low. As you practice your sustained aim, you might have realized that there is an aspect of roll aiming. Roll aiming is the act of rolling your crosser on the pip to sustain your aim or adjust your aim. It comes with time and practice, but I just want you to understand how roll could be affecting your aim. Work on having controlled and smooth rolls. Now this part is impossible for mouse and keyboard users, so I always suggest to first upgrade to pedals before you jump into joysticks. You could use flight pedals or race pedals like I do. While roll aiming, the main component to look for is snap and control. Your settings should allow you to snap your roll position to where you want it quickly, but also allow for smooth control of your roll rate. Hopefully you now understand saturation and curvature values enough to do this on your own, as this could require a video of its own. Just don't forget, if you ever find that your sensitivity is too low and you are understeering, make sure to work your curves back towards our baseline of 1.0 before we correct saturation values. And if your sensitivity is too high and you are oversteering, make sure to first work your saturation back towards our baseline of 0.95 before you adjust your curves. Another important factor to watch out for is shot placement. For example, if you're fighting something like a Gladius, your main priority is to hit the nose. This can sometimes mean delaying your shot. For example, in this clip, even though I get some good pancake positions, I don't start firing my solution until I start to see the nose come around, so that I can make sure as many of my shots hit the nose as possible. This will lead to faster kills and less wasted ammo. Lastly, we have netcode combat. We're still uncertain as to what causes this, but my best bet is the mathematical calculations and netcode used in Star Citizen. While there is desync and sometimes shots that land don't register, it happens to both players. Your goal is to minimize these instances by flying in a particular style. When fighting, you usually want to lead the velocity of the enemy ship. You want the enemy chasing your pip, not the other way around. In this example, we have the enemy ship moving in the direction of his pip, so if I were to strafe up here, I would be chasing his inertia. That means that if we were to trade damage here, I would be receiving more damage than he would be receiving. That said, because the distance from the pip to his ship is small enough that I can neutralize in time to redirect the flow of combat, this is a situation where it would be okay to do this. This is a complicated topic and it would require a video in and of itself, but this is the general rule. Hope this helped. Don't forget to check the video's description for more, and if you want to get better and see He can hold on to the ship with his tractor beam. That's hilarious.
All right,
Where are you?
I'm coming. All right, you can start taking off.
Oh, there you are. I see you.
You have to believe that I'm on you, okay?
No, I know. I'm trying to film it.
Slower, slower, slower. Too fast.
Did he fall off?
Yeah,
see ya.
I'm good. I'm good.
I see ya.
Ah!
I see ya. Oh no! Did it kill you?
Get my medical gun.
I gotcha. I gotcha. You're alive, right?
It fucking knocked me out.
I got you, buddy. Hang in there.
It wants me to press charges on you.
What's wrong? Is there a cat in here?
Sir, you're okay. Hang in there. Hang in there, sir. This is the wrong way. Don't mind me. Wait, is it? I'm lost.
Welcome to Kelto RX, where fast and reliable
This is the wrong way.
is always what the doctor ordered.
Am I gonna finally be able to make a wish?
We'll get you your wish, Billy. Don't worry. Oh, hello. Hello again. Hello again. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Oh my god. While I'll be using a game known as Star Citizen for my TrackIR tutorial, this tutorial will still apply to absolutely any game you play with TrackIR. And for my Star Citizen players, I'll have some specific settings at the end of this in the game itself that correlate to TrackIR. TrackIR allows you to move your camera around in the game via head movement. It allows for pitch, yaw, roll, X, Y, and Z. Let's cover the interface. First off, depending on what TrackIR you get, you have the option of selecting TrackClip and TrackClip Pro. Mind you, while TrackIR does sell TrackClip Pro, there are alternatives that work with TrackIR.
Hello and welcome to some more Star Citizen. Star Citizen Alpha patch 4.0.1 is now out on the PTU and it's open to all waves, so pretty much anyone can try it as long as you've got an active Star Citizen account with a game package on it. The testing focus for this at the moment is stability, performance and bug fixing. They're also running the Save Stanton Chapter 2 event in Pyro, so it's going to be running throughout the PTU phases in 4.0.1, they said. It's the continuation of the Save Stanton part or chapter 1 from 3.24.3, and it looks like if you complete that set of missions, you'll get like a FPS weapon and SMG for completion, sort of special one, and some ship skins. If you've done both parts is what it looks like. I'll delve more into that in the future after they sort of are confirmed by CIG. I want to say that there are lots of bug fixes in this. There are over 100 bug and crash fixes. A load of the more egregious bugs and problems have been solved, loads of minor ones, loads of edge cases, tons of stability improvements there as well as some performance and bits and bobs. Actually, we'll talk about some of the performance bits because they're mentioned in the rest of the patch notes as well. So yeah, some additional updates here. Contested zones, They've had a client performance polish pass, LOD, so level of detail, and lighting polish. They've removed more geometry that could get players stuck around those areas. So contested zones, a huge amount of content for them in 4.0, and they're trying to expand it out so players can't clip through walls. They're trying to expand it out so they are as streamlined as possible and working. Frontier Outposts, Pyro Landing Zone inventory lists have been updated with all medium and small Frontier Outposts with added local inventory. There's been a LOD polish pass at extra small outposts, polish to fix numerous clipping assets and floating loot boxes around outposts. New Babbage. This area has also had a lighting polish and performance polish pass. Location stairs polished to reduce excessive head bobbing while traversing. The Quasi Grater has had some animation polish done to it. They've enabled handyman missions, which I need to delve into to some degree and actually play some of them. They've also added harvestables to Pyro Rock Caves. Ship and vehicle wise, they've done a few things. They have, I think, at least on paper, fixed the Ares Ion. So the Ares Ion, the laser cannon charge mechanics have been removed and the DPS has been rebalanced. So you should notice that that is performing a lot more like you would expect it to, and people that used to love the ship might be like, okay, it's going back significantly towards how it used to be. But tell me in the comments what you think of. We've got the Mirai Guardian. They've greatly increased the MAV and retro thruster health. The cockpit light glow has been reduced by 90%. The elevator entry marker, chaff and countermeasure have all seen tweaks and polish. The Anvil Ballista, they've added personal storage. They've updated the cockpit to match with personal storage. They've also added personal storage to the Nomad's interior hab. They've updated the geo and mesh there. Fixed collision missing between hab and cockpit. The Tumbrel Nova, again, personal storage has been put inside it. Mantis, personal storage, but they've also updated bed frame, added proxies for storage, added enunciators on the dashboard. The Aurora, they removed the rear clam from the cargo rack to allow for easier loading and unloading. They've added enunciator panels to the Fanny Defender, the Xi'an Scout, the Xi'an Nox, and the Reliant series. And they've also added the pulsed in-game shops, which was seemingly missing. They've also added the F7C nose turrets to the shops, so that will actually allow you to really change up what you can do with weapons and loadouts and all that sort of stuff with the Hornet series of ships. In Arena Commander, they've added the Polaris captain seat to crew options in the sort of multi-crew choices, and some core tech has seen some updates. They've added Pyro-specific quantum travel music, and they've also added light entity optimizations. Rogue lighting and entity cleanup around stands and landing zones has also been done, so that'll be interesting to see how that actually takes shape, because I haven't noticed any weird lights, but I suppose it could literally just be performance polish and that sort of stuff, and going, there's the light here that's not necessary, that I wouldn't really notice. There is a load of known issues in the patch still. So boxes are not being marked up upon accepting missions sometimes. And so a lot of this stuff actually that I talk about might be intermittent or it might be constant. It depends on exactly what's being done. But warehouse orders not counting as collected, and delivered cargo not correctly counting. Supplies can remain in players' warehouses and not successfully deliver. No cargo is visible in the freight elevator kiosk at the pickup location of the cargo mission that you are accepting. You can't interact with storage kiosks around the Hurston area. Frontier outposts in Pyro, the extra small ones, can be missing some of the assets and collisions there, which is annoying. Asteroid bases, the collision for the hangar doors does not stream in until the player is inside the hangar. Players are able to access the other intro missions after completing one for a different org. I believe the idea is that they just go, well, you've done an intro mission now, you should have the sort of gameplay opened up to you for all of that, because they don't want you to continuously be doing intro missions for the same gameplay. Commodity kiosks are empty, preventing any purchase or sales sometimes. Contracts can overlap with sections below them when expanded, and the contract manager Contested zones. Plastic curtains have solid collisions against projectiles and cannot be passed through if you're aiming down sights. The Polaris can occasionally lose components when you are having an insurance claim or repairing a damaged Polaris, and weapons can intersect with the ground at contested zones. Now, if you did not hear of a particular bug listed there, there's a good chance that it was fixed in the hundreds of, or at least dozens and dozens and dozens of bug fixes that they made with this patch. And I believe it's bug fixes for this at the moment. So it's looking like 4.0.1 is going to be highly refined in the next week or two. Surprisingly so. Put up on the preview, that is likely to go to the live hybrid facing at 3.24.3. I think by the end of January, I'm interested to know. It's quite possible. Loads of it's interesting as well because the newsletters mention they are featured on content creation and general fixes, and to keep an eye on Spectrum for more updates is 4.0.1 from the PTU. Also saying improving Star Citizen's overall playability is now our top priority. So that is a laser focus from CMG, and I believe that is what 4.0.1 is. It's their start of actually let's try and get this as playable as possible for players. And I genuinely think that 4.0, once you iron out the issues that it has, that are mostly, stability, bugs, and that sort of stuff, a little bit of performance, although performance is pretty good, and stability is pretty good as long as you're on a good server, and it's not sort of degraded or whatever. But yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I do think that patch is genuinely great once you iron some bits out. And 4.0.1, I believe, does that. But tell me what you think in the comments below. I'm interested to know your experiences of it on the PTU. Do you think we're going to be seeing this to preview build and even live by the end of January? Or do you think that's cray-cray? Whatever your thoughts or questions, chuck it in the comments below. Also, you're incentivized to put a comment in below because there's a giveaway for a ship, a Mirai Guardian. You can win that just by commenting on any of my videos made during January. We also have the lovely things underneath the video, like the join button, that allows you to help the channel out a bit more, get some exclusive content, and get like badges, and you'll be super cool. People will be like, oh, you're a Board Gamer channel member, you're the best. And also, you've got NordVPN, like clicking the NordVPN links. Oh yeah, but maybe that will be good for you if you want NordVPN. That's why I advertise it, because it makes me money, but also because it can help you. NordVPN's great. This is what happens when I don't build a proper outro for a month. I just ramble like this. You have to deal with this now. Oh, there is something worth mentioning as well that I've forgotten. So there was quite a lot of bad crashes when 4.0.1 initially went to PTU. I think a lot of that has calmed down now. Potentially CIG have either hotfixed that or there's less people playing. Maybe it was because there was so many people jumping in. It does look a lot better now. I didn't actually try it immediately upon its initial release, but playing around for like half an hour this morning, it doesn't seem to be in too bad a condition. But please tell me of your experiences of 4.0.1 in the comments below.
Hey guys, welcome to another Star Citizen Alpha 4.0.1 PTU testing. In my previous videos, I have tested in great detail all the features and gameplay updates for the 4.0.1 PTU. And in this video, I'm gonna start testing all the bug fixes. Look at the amount of bug fixes. Whew. I really need some good luck for this video. So let's get straight to it, even though I really want to test every single one of them in detail. But this daunting task is humanly impossible. And besides, some of the bug fixes might need multiple tests in order to confirm it, whether it's fixed or not. For example, the first one, this is one of the major and crucial bug fixes. Fixed an issue causing personal player hangars to overlap with other players' hangar. this has been causing great amount of problems, especially sometimes it can reposition a player, or you can knock a player out, which is also a bug listed as fixed it among the ocean of bug fixes here. And personally, I have played for multiple hours yesterday and today in the PTU. I have not seen even one hanger overlapping problem. However, like I said, this does not mean that this problem is fixed for everyone. So a lot of these bug fixes really require all of us to contribute. If you have seen these bugs reappearing during your gameplay, please don't hesitate to report it. That way we can be certain to know whether this bug is fixed or not. Now, second bug is also very important. Fix an issue causing player characters to not fully stow. This has been causing the 60 problems. A lot of players said they cannot log into 4.0 preview for weeks even. So again, this issue will also need everyone to contribute. Have you seen this problem or not in the 4.0.1 PTU? So in this video, I'm gonna test 4 major bugs that's game breaking and experience breaking. Number 1 is eating or drinking and also med-gunning yourself will incapacitate your player character. And that issue also listed as fixed. So actor status consumables crossing authority servers while blacked out will cause incapacitation after subsequent actor status change. Second is quantum travel. Third major testing will be the missions. Are mission markers fixed? Or are we able to abandon failed missions? And last, if we have time, I'm gonna be testing the Clasher Rehabilitation Center. Players can't leave Clasher because the elevator opened to avoid instead of sending them to their hab on the surface. Alright, let's get straight to it. Okay, I just spawned into my hangar and I invited my alt account, Luke Skywalker, to party, so party marker works still. Now, first thing is I'm gonna get myself a ship and get myself blacked out. Before I black myself out, there is a new bug. I think it's the audio bug. So if I bring my sound effect to high, you can hear the beeping. This beeping is the proximity alert beeping. When you get close to the station or to another ship, it will beep. But however, the sound effect is bugged, just like the medgun bug is bugged. Third person, you don't hear it. First person, you hear it. Very annoying. Patch note says, blackout while crossing authoritative zones will cause this problem. So I have to black out while crossing the authoritative zones. How do you even black out while in quantum travel or crossing the authoritative zones? Okay, well, let's jump to Herson then. Okay, arriving Herson. Now I'm gonna black out again. Alright, my authority server changed from 25 to 49. So I definitely changed the zones. Now let's go to Everest Harbor, drink something. Let's get some Cruise Lux. Black out again. That should be enough. I blacked out 4 times already. Oh, nice. It's safe to drink Cruise Lux again. Eat some chocolate. Okay, and then try the med gun, the advanced mode. Alright, I do not black out or faint by drinking Cruise Lux, eating chocolate, and using the advanced mode of the med gun. What just happened? I just backspaced back to the medbed. Whoa, that person looks scary. Let's go. Think she's a zombie. Get out of here. Okay, the next test will be the shooting test, because in the current 4.0, if you get downed, once you get revived, you will still get that blackout or fainting effect. You have to Alt F4. So let's see if that's fixed or not. Okay, downed. Let's get revived. Oh, nice. I got revived. And I do not have that blackout effect. So I can get back to what I'm doing. Nice. Okay, now. Time for a little revenge. 1, 2, 3, 4. Downed. Okay. What I want to do is I'm going to loot everything from him. Let's see if the inventory for the backpacks and everything is bugged or not. There we go. The looting for the enemy backpacks and armors, you can see the storage for their backpack. That's nice. Oh, I think I just killed him. Oh, he's dead. All right, now time to do some missions. Okay, let's do the basic tracker training permit certification mission. Oh, mission marker just showed up right there. Good. Okay, one of my friends asked me to test this. Will the power management get saved after you make a quantum jump? So I'm gonna use this shit for this test. Let me do this. 2 pips to guns, 3 pips to engine, and 5 pips to shield. The rest are like this. Okay, so this is my power management scheme. 3 out of 18 is still available for power. Now let's go do a jump. Okay, jumped in. Reach target location. Very good. We have the mission marker. Okay, go back to SCM mode.
Shields online.
Oh, that's inactive. My power management did not get saved. All messed up again, so I have to redo the power management here. I don't see the distance between me and my enemy. That's a little bit, at least I should see the distance. But I don't. I only see the relatively velocity. But I don't see anywhere I can find the distance between me and my enemy.
Target destroyed.
Okay, target destroyed. Nice, mission accomplished. Beautiful. And try another bounty hunting mission. Mission marker appeared right away. Nice. Okay, so there is another problem I want to test in this video, which is for whatever bounty hunting missions you do, if you leave the mission area, the enemy will become uninitialized. So you can simply kill them because the NPC will be gone. So I'm gonna jump away from this target and then jump back in.
Quantum drive is now on.
Okay, I jumped away.
Quantum drive is now on.
Okay, jumping back in. Oh! I don't think the mission is active. The ship turns white, meaning no pilot is flying that ship anymore. So this problem is still not fixed. This could be a mission glitch because if you're doing ERT missions, for example, if you're fighting a hammerhead, all you need to do is to jump in and jump out and jump back in. The hammerhead will be there waiting and initialize like this, waiting for you to kill. So you don't need any skills or anything. You can just kill the hammerhead that way. Doors opened. The seat is empty. The pilot despawned, so I can enter the pilot seat here and then set the ship to self-destruct.
Self-destruct protocol accepted.
And mission accomplished. Okay, let's try this mission. Yellow level contract. Ship under attack. Accepting offer. And by the way, all the mission share, the money I made, is divided between me and my alt account. Oh, very nice. I think this mission finally got mission markers.
Quantum drive is now on.
Quantum beacon.
Is now on. Quantum drive.
We can do these missions now. We need to protect that ship.
Target destroyed.
Okay, killed one. Killed two. What kind of name is this ship that I'm protecting? Boobag, Gump, Shrimp Dick. What the heck is this name? Oh wow, this is a Zeus. So we have NPC Zeus here. That's nice. Yes, completed. Mission accomplished. Now let's try the security work assessment. Okay, arriving at the bunker. Oh, NPCs are outside. Let's witness this war. Who will win? Place your bet. Oh no, the Ninetales prevailed. All the securities got killed. I'll take care of the rest. Dead. Hello. Dead. Wow, why there are so many securities here? A lot of securities in here. Hostiles remaining 46%. Where are the bad guys? Oh, I think this mission is bugged. Securities are everywhere inside the bunker. But there are no bad guys in here. Alright, time to go to Clasher. I'm gonna murder some guards. Nice. Oh, can I drug this guard? Oh, I can drug this guard. Oh no, I cannot. Okay, I know here has a lot of guards. I'm just gonna stand in here. Come on, shoot me. Shoot me. Oh no, firing squad. Get into this corner. Oh, they're actually hurting themselves. Oh, I got downed. I'm gonna backspace. Time to go to Clasher. 1 hour, 23 minutes. So I need 5,000 merits to get out of here. Oh, that's nice. They actually show you what you need and the time. Ah, home, sweet home. Yeah, 1 hour, 22 minutes. Okay, let's go test prison mining. Done. Next one. Nice. Another one. All right, let's see. I have mined 48 pieces of alpharite. Let's sell it. Ooh, total merits 5,355. So each one will give me 111 merits. So deposit. Succeeded. Oh, nice. Because sometimes you will have problems selling these ores you mined in prison. But I sold it, all of them. So I am ready for release. Should have murdered more guards. By the way, I want to check to see if I can send merits to other people or not. Yes, I can. So just click AUEC here and then click merits. You can send merits to your jailmates. I'm gonna send 1 merit. Oh, I did. So Luke Skywalker has received 1 merit. So you can send merits to your jailmates.
Attention, attention. Please direct your attention towards the front gates. One of our guests has
Let's go.
completed their rehabilitation and is being released. Let's give them a round of applause.
What the heck? Why there's so many dead prisoners here? Are we trapped again? Let's go. Surface level. No. No! 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 Trapped in Clasher. Open door. I'm back. No! Well, I came in this elevator, but I came out this elevator. Okay, I'm gonna try a different elevator. Oh no. No! I want out. What? So there's only 1 elevator. And then go to service level. Try again. No! Wow. Where am I? I'm here. I am trapped. Yeah, I am trapped in jail.
This year, we are focusing on helping new players, greenies, as I'd like to call them, and creating guides just to help people generally in Star Citizen because, you know, I think it's one of the most important parts about this as well is because we're getting so many new players. A lot of people want to learn a little bit more about Star Citizen and possibly just general topics like this of how to survive in Pyro. So if you have any guides or videos specifically that you want to see, let me know down in the comments. The ship content will persist, obviously, but today we're going to be giving you some tips on how to survive in Pyro. If you're venturing into that system currently, or you're too afraid to venture out of your comfort zone of Stanton, fear not. I'm here to help you, and I hope you trust me when I say that it really isn't that bad as what people say. I don't understand what all the, the fear is about and what people are trying to do to others to not get them there. I also hate the speech that say, oh, if you don't want to go to Pyro and you don't want to die, well then don't go. Well, mate, I spent the money that I want to spend and I'll go wherever I want, and just don't be a dick. That's it, And I know a lot of people aren't going to resonate with that speech, but that's just how I feel, I feel like there should be some sort of mitigation for griefers as well. That'd be nice. But yeah, let's move on. I'm digressing a little bit. The only problems I've had, is once when I first shot someone, and they shot us and we didn't die, but it was a bit of a scenario to learn from. So these tips are quite basic, but I feel like they're important to your survival and possibly other people. Remember, someone else that you see may be more afraid of you than you are of them. So, what's the big deal as well? The only difference is that there is a comlink in Stanton, but there isn't in Pyro. I understand the issue, but yeah. Let's move through these tips because I feel like this will be a good start. If you have any tips of your own, let us know in the comments. If you like this, leave a like, comments, and subscribe. So the first tip, and this is, I feel like, one of the most important. So for your first tip, you don't have to always follow this, but it is good to follow it, Get to where you need to go and get out. Don't mess about. I have observed this, that if you stick around for too long, that players won't be far. NPCs spawn frequently, like that seems to be a thing where they just keep spawning. NPC ships have the tendency to be close and come and try and ruin your day. But, when you have a mercenary bounty, just a bounty, an enemy elimination, a cargo hauling mission, the best thing you can do is know your task, proceed with the task, finish the task, get out. Get what you need, get what you want in terms of gear or whatever it is that you want or need, get out and move on. There will be time for sightseeing later. Yes, Pyro is a beautiful place. And sometimes it can be a little unforgiving. If you don't look out for yourself, you're gonna run into a bit of trouble. So get in, get out, move on is probably one of the best and most simplest tips that I can give. Moving on to tip 2. For the second one, I've tested it, and as mentioned, if someone doesn't shoot you, then don't shoot them. Chances are they don't want any trouble either. My observations haven't led me astray, but again, it can always happen. Now, I'm not saying that, don't shoot others to keep it close, but to keep a close eye on them, right? Make sure you know where they are. Make sure you know their intentions. If you don't, then shoot and possibly revive them and ask questions later. I have done this, but we want to avoid this at all cost. I know it sounds silly, but for now, and even in the future, it's something that I think would be quite important. Now, even keep hidden while trying to make sure of the person's intentions. They could also be friendly, and they could do the friendly wiggle, which is something that's been around since DayZ. Always try to make contact in some form or fashion and observe them. Now, if DayZ has taught me anything, it's that you don't trust anyone, even friends. So KOS is a good rule to live by, but not like a necessity. And if you don't know what that means, it means kill on sight. But keep your finger ready on that trigger if the situation seems to get sketchy, or come to a truce and put your weapons away. Chances are the person will be alone, possibly have someone in the distance observing or just around the area, but the interaction hopefully won't be that bad. But the likelihood of them having someone off in the distance as well can sometimes be low. Like, they're probably just going to be like you. They're going to go out by themselves and just want to do their thing. Now, the next tip is stay in your ship to kill your bounty. This is something that I have done. I've been practicing it a lot lately, and honestly, it's been great. A lot of you might not like this at all, but if my target is on a roof or out in the open, sometimes I usually jump on a turret and eliminate them. Or most of the time, I'll position the airlock of the ship towards the target, go to the airlock and snipe the target, kill them, move on. Now, this can always help you with tip 1, because I know it has helped me avoid dicey situations and the impending doom of the cracked AI with the servers of how good they are. Like, are they not just like on the dot? Like, they're so good sometimes, and it's kind of freaky, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, you know, their shots can be pretty deadly. Their like accuracy is pretty bad. Like, pretty bad, I mean good. But give it a go. Make sure all, you know, base turrets are down, or that, you know, you're not going to get shot. And once again, once the target is down, move on to the next location, and there will always be time later on to sightsee. So the next tip we got is I before Y, and close the damn ship. Alright, this will make sense in a minute. If you don't know what I before Y is, you need to learn this, okay? If you don't know already, when you land at any site, this should be second nature. My good friend Space Jesus taught me this, or as he was known back in the day as Overkill. He taught me this when I first started to play Star Citizen properly, because I'd had it for a while and I never played it, but I have never forgot it, and it has never led me astray. I before Y, you're probably wondering, what does that mean? You are, you know? Well, before you leave your ship, turn your thrusters off, which is I, and get out of the seat in the ship by pressing Y. Now, it might not do much all the time with large ships, but it will lower your signature, making it more difficult for players to locate your ship. You will still have power to your shields protecting your ship and have like power to the ship, but this turns your thrusters off. When you leave your ship, for God's sake, make sure your doors are closed. There's no excuse to leave them open. Just leave yourself the advantage of closing them, because at the end of the day, someone may steal your ship and leave you stranded. If you're doing a cargo mission, that's fine. Walk away, close it up, get the cargo and the freight ready, and then open the doors and start moving it onto the ship. But make sure the ship is secure on the inside, okay? It's the biggest thing for me. Next one, pick an appropriate ship. Now, the tip of picking an appropriate ship is something that is somewhat important. I realize that not everyone has access to a fleet of ships, and that's okay. Any ship will get you around. Just having a big ship can also deter people from also picking fights. I get around in my Polaris quite a lot in Pyro. I have been getting around in my Star Lancer and other ships, but you know, just because it has what I need and it, you know, it feels safe for me, especially with the personal defense turrets. They do great. They, I believe, would really deter people. Like I said, any ship is fine. Don't feel like it's not enough. Yes, they are easier to destroy, but if you follow these rules, you should be fine. Options are always good, so earn some AUEC and buy some ships in game. I'm not going to tell you to buy ships out of game, but I'm also telling you to be prepared. Alright, you've got friends, they have ships. Everyone has some ships that you don't. So, moving on, observe your surroundings. This is probably one of the most important ones. Like, I would say this is the most important. This is something I do and practice very frequently all the time. Like, I love knowing my surroundings and where people are, where NPCs are, what ships are in the area. So if you QT into a location, the first thing you do is ping to see if there's any ships that pop up. 90% of the time, they will. And look out for player names, but you know, a lot of them won't bother you, but just make sure you know where they are. Make sure you know your surroundings. Remember, they could be out of their ship doing something on the ground, so always be situationally aware. It will save your life. So with that, make sure that there are no NPC ships around. Most are hostile, but I have seen ones that aren't hostile, but the ones that are hostile are highlighted red. So making sure that you know your surroundings and who is in your area will always help you assess whether or not the situation is worth the time. Use your ship's scanning features as well to your advantage, because I feel like that is something that is somewhat important to this scenario. There's a few others that I wanted to touch on, but I think, you know, for the time being that we've touched on a basis of the issues that we're having, like I said, I haven't had many issues when I'm in Pyro, and, you know, I think there's probably a lot of other people out there that haven't had any issues. So I hope this helped you. You know, I want everyone to be able to enjoy and love Pyro and at least visit the place. Like me, if you have any advice, that would be much appreciated. Put in the comments. Any comments that are like brain rot, like don't go to Pyro if you don't want to be killed or you don't like it, move on. You're going to be moved on from this video. Like, that is just the most annoying comment, and it's just the most brain rot thing to say. It's mostly, I think, probably 15-year-old kids, just children coming into videos commenting that, you know, it is pretty annoying. So yeah, I hope this helped you. If, like I said, if this helped, if you liked it, share it with a friend, share it with a group, leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I will see you in the verse. Peace.
Hello and welcome back, or welcome to the channel. I'm Loudguns, and in today's video we're going to start refreshing the guide series by taking a look at solo salvage in the Drake Vulture. Vulture salvaging is probably one of the best things to move on to after you find your feet in the verse, if you're looking to rack up some cash. It doesn't take much to get set up to start, and you can bring in the proverbial bacon without putting too much at risk on the table. So if this sounds good to you, then grab a cup of tea while I roll the intro, then let's get into it. In terms of non-combat professions in SC, salvage probably has one of the lowest barriers to entry. The in-game cost of a vulture is towards the low end, and unlike in mining, you don't have to wait around for your payday, so you can get out, get mats, and sell up in a single session. A big reason I like to make these AUEC earning-focused guides is because, despite what a few Kotaku articles may lead you to believe, all you need to get going in Star Citizen is a $45 game pack. All the rest you can earn in-game. At least to begin with, you'll certainly learn more about the game by starting at the bottom and working your way to the top. If you do decide to hop in, just make sure to use a referral code to get a bit of extra starter cash on your account. Mine's the one up on screen, but if you've got any friends who play already, please do just use theirs. So before we embark on our salvage mission, it's worth making sure we've got the right tools for the job. First up, we'll start with the ship itself and loadout. A Drake Vulture will set you back 2.65 million credits, and you can pick one up from the New Deal ship shop at Lorville and Hurston. You'll then want to add a few components. I would say your must-haves are an upgraded QT drive, I personally prefer the Atlas for a mix of good fuel economy and speed, and a pair of Abrade salvage modules. Keep in mind when you're replacing salvage modules on the Vulture that you have two lasers, so you will need to buy two modules. Vulture does come stock with two cinch modules, which are pretty awful, one Abrade and one tractor beam. You'll just need as a baseline to grab that one extra Abrade to pair up with the one you already have. For my full build, I also put a pair of trawler modules on my Vulture, for if I'm called in to do a cleanup mission, and then the military spec A components for all the other slots. 3 FR66 shields, 2 JS 300 power plants and 2 glacier coolers. The Vulture is not good for much in a fight, so we'd be focusing on running away if caught out, and mil spec A components will just give you the best chance of surviving long enough to flee, so they're worth a bit of extra investment in the long term in my opinion. If you are strapped for cash in the beginning, just do the QT drive and those Abrade modules, and then we can get going. Next up though is our personal loadout. Always remember space is dangerous, and when we're out salvaging in our little Vulture, we'll be hauling around a decent payday for any wannabe pirates. So armour up and gun up. There's no shame in losing your haul to a pirate crew. If the game had no danger, it'd get boring pretty quick. But I think there is shame in giving up without firing a single shot because you didn't bring a gun with you. Pistols are better than nothing, but ultimately you'll want some form of long arm with you if you really want to put up a fight. You'll also absolutely need a multi-tool and tractor beam attachment so that you can move boxes on board your ship. Optional but recommended extras include med pens and or a med gun, just in case you have an accident, spare ammo for your gun, and some form of sustenance. Cruise Lux is my beverage of choice. I also tend to use the second weapon slot on my backpack for a max lift tractor beam. It's actually not ideal or required for this loop, but it gives me a backup tractor if my multi-tool gets bugged or I lose it for some reason. So now that we're all set up, it's time to start thinking about some salvage to scrape. There are a number of ways to do this. We can take salvage contracts or look for derelict ships left over from bounties. However, the best thing for a solo player in a Vulture is going to be panels. Panels, unlike salvage contracts, don't eat into any of your profits by costing you money, because you can just find them yourself out in the wild. Panels appear in much the same way and much the same places as mineable asteroids. They're basically just a randomized spawn in asteroid fields. Now, a lot of people will go for panels around the Lagrange points, since it gives you a nice easy base of operations at one of the Lagrange point stations, and short travel times. However, I am a bit more of a paranoid android than the average SC player, and it served me in pretty good stead up until this point. So my recommendation, if you truly want to minimise your risk of encountering someone who wants to use your Vulture as a loot pinata, is to head deep into the Aran Halo. The Halo is a vast asteroid belt that spans the gap between ArcCorp and Crusader, and goes in a ring all the way around the Stanton Star. It sits in dead space with no QT markers to jump to. If you know the rough distance at which to drop out of a jump between your starting location and a target destination, then you'll be able to make it there. Thankfully, you don't even need to do any of the science for this, since the folks over at Cornerstone have already done it for you. On their website, which I will link in the video description down below, you'll find maps to take you from every refinery station to the Halo via a number of different routes. So I'm going to be starting out from ArcL1 Wide Forest Station, and I'm going to switch over to Nav Quantum mode and set a course for Crew L4. We'll start the jump, and then we'll do a little bit of magic video editing to cut ahead, because we're going to be on the lookout for our distance approaching about 15.9 GM. At this point, hold that left mouse button down again to cut the jump, and voila, we're in the middle of the Aran Halo, and frankly, not a soul in the server will be able to pinpoint where we are for the duration. So there's absolutely zero danger of anyone sneaking up on us while we're scraping away or shifting boxes around in our cargo hold. So now that we're in the middle of the Halo, it's time to start looking for panels, and we do this using our ship's scanners. Use the middle mouse button to switch to nav scan and let out a first ping by pressing tab. The initial ping will be a 360-degree burst that will return anything of interest within about 13 to 14 kilometers of the ship. We then want to look at each of these returns by moving the crosshair onto the return bubble. When you do that, you'll see a number crop up above the crosshair. Now that gives you the signature of the return. And the key thing that makes panels quite easy to find when you know what you're doing is that they always give returns as multiples of 2000. Asteroids, which are the other thing that these returns could be, give all kinds of funky returns, multiples of 1750, 1850, 1950, etc. But never round 2000s like the panels. So we just ignore every return that isn't 2000 or a multiple thereof. You can use the still highlighted jump marker to tell when you've spun a full 360 degrees around and checked everything that your scanner returned. And if you don't find a panel in the first go, don't worry. Ultimately there are going to be more asteroids than panels out here, we just need to keep looking. Now we could always fly on in the ship using our hydrogen engines until we put enough distance in to get some new returns, but that's going to slow things down quite a bit. And if we're aiming for a decent AUEC per hour rate, then we want to cut all of the corners that we can. So rather than this, we're going to just use our QT drive. Switch back over to Nav Quantum with middle mouse, line up on Crew L4 again, and punch the jump, but then almost immediately cut it again with left mouse. Just this tiny QT jump will easily have covered more than that 20 kilometers or so that you'll need, so you'll be surrounded by entirely new space and ping returns. Doing it this way, before long you'll identify clusters of panels like this one. So now we want to start heading in that direction. And as you approach, you want to narrow the width of your scan by scrolling up on the mouse wheel, and let out further pings to pinpoint the exact location of the cluster. If you lose it at all, just roll back on the mouse wheel to widen the scan again, let out another ping, and you'll re-identify the bubble. Eventually, rather than the scan bubble, you'll get a far more accurate idea of where the individual panels are. Now this is where things get a little bit Star Citizen. Currently, panels are a bit buggy in that they only render when they're quite close to your ship. So there's a weird dead zone between about 1.5 kilometers out and right on the things where you can't necessarily see them. I recommend getting lined up on one of the returns in the middle of the cluster and driving forward very slowly for that last kilometer or so, just so that you can bring your ship to a dead stop the moment that the panel springs into existence. Fingers crossed that in future patches this has been fixed, but for now this is a reasonable workaround. So now that we've found what we're looking for, it's time to start scraping. And as of patch 324.2, salvage and mining ships no longer need to switch into SCM mode in order to activate their lasers. Since there's no real danger around us, we don't actually need our shields. You can either cycle modes using middle mouse button, or you can press M to jump straight to the salvaging mode. Let's take a minute here to just take a quick look at the salvage HUD. Since we've got two lasers on the Vulture, we essentially have a mirrored HUD with details of our currently active modules, in this case the Abrade, and our secondary one, the trawlers I've got on mine, in the upper left and upper right. You can switch between modules just by right-clicking. Below this and slightly more centered, we have a readout of what our lasers are currently pointing at. So in this case we can see that because we're lined up on the panel, both lasers are centered on RMC, and that currently 100% of the mats are available in that circle, since we haven't started scraping anything yet. On the side of these circles is a range indicator, showing that at about 103 meters out, we're in a nice spot, not too hot, not too cold. And below the circles we've got our gathering rate indicators, again currently at 0 because we're not scraping. But as we do start pulling in mats, these will show that the yields we're pulling in. Then down in the bottom right, to the right hand side of our fuel gauges, we've got details of our depot and filler station. The Vulture's got a 13 SCU depot or buffer, meaning that we can gather up that amount in the internals of the ship before we need to worry about printing boxes to clear it out. For anyone who's been around for a while, this makes the Vulture a total joy versus the old days of getting in and out of the sea every 2 boxes. Up in the top centre of the screen, we've got details of the active mode. So in this case, showing that both heads are operational and that they're in scraping mode. You can also see fracturing and disintegrating mode here, but for the purposes of this guide, it really isn't something you need to worry about, since we're only concerned with RMC gathering, and we don't want to fracture anything for construction mats. One thing you might want to be aware of, particularly if you're using a small loadout or a rental, is the ability to switch off one head at a time. So since you're better off using one Abrade than 2 cinches, you can always do this by holding Alt and pressing 2 or 3 to select a specific laser. Alt plus 1 selects both lasers again. But assuming you've got a pair of Abrades selected, click left mouse button once to start scraping RMC off the panel. I like to position myself with a decent view of the entire face, and then press G to activate gimbaled mode on my lasers. This will let you just move the mouse around to direct the lasers, but keep in mind that while it's active, the mouse won't control the pitch of your ship. I've seen many different approaches to scraping, from the people who like to flick the laser back and forth as much as possible, those who keep it firmly rooted until every scrap in an area is sucked up. Personally, I like to take a methodical approach of slowly moving the laser so that it's pretty much always in motion, but that I'm not missing any spots on the panel, so I just maximise the output. I would also say keep an eye on what's actually happening in front of you on the panel itself, rather than over-relying on the HUD readout to tell you what's happening. You'll be able to see which areas need scraping, which areas don't.
Shields online.
And once we've cleaned up the one side of this panel, I can press G again to ungimbal and swing the ship around to the other facing. Then I press G again to reactivate the gimbals and clean off this area. Panels come in 3 types. We've got these large ones which contain around 4 SCU of RMC. Then we've got the medium-sized triangular version, which has just under 3 SCU. And then these small sliver pieces, which have just shy of 1 SCU. With the medium and the smalls, you should be able to position to get all the mats from one spot, since they only have one good face, but you'll need to move a little bit for the larger panels. Or you can, if you've still got it attached, use a tractor beam to spin the panel. Personally, I find that more hassle than it's worth, and I'd rather just move the ship.
Shields online.
So once you've finished the first panel, move on to the next in the cluster. With this popping in and out bug, this can be a bit fiddly, so just slowly move your ship left to right until the next one pops in. As you scrape a panel, the outline is going to change from green to yellow to red as the amount of mats is depleted. You can target panels while in salvaging mode to check the outline, so if it's green, it's a fresh one. If it's red, you probably just got turned around a bit and you're looking at one that you've already scraped. Ultimately, you want to just keep going with this process until your filler station is full. You might get lucky like I did and find enough panels to fill up on one go. You might have to just fall back to the scanning phase and look for the next lot. But once your filler station caps out at 13 SCU capacity, just stop scraping immediately by shutting your lasers off with left mouse button. Anything that you scrape while you don't have the room in your buffer is just going to be wasted. Hop out of the chair and head through the mini-hab to the back ladder down to the cargo hold. The filler station is just on your immediate right through the door, and you'll want to interact with this panel. It does have crafting options for a tractor beam on another tab, but right now we just want to empty the RMC boxes out from it. On the Vulture, we've only got the option to print 1 SCU crates, so let's just go ahead and select eject to start printing a box. You will get your handheld tractor beam out, and use the detaching mode by pressing right mouse button to lift the box and place it back on the cargo grid. To save some time, we can also select the auto eject checkbox in the bottom right of the panel, just so that we don't have to eject each box manually. You'll just have to keep up with moving these off the exit port to keep the printing rolling. So it's worth thinking about positioning from the start. While the Vulture's snappable cargo grid has room for 12 SCU of cargo, it is possible for us to stuff a fair bit more into this area, enhancing our UEC per hour by bringing home more crates per run. And I like to start planning this from the very beginning. So rather than using the forwardmost spaces on the grid on the first print, I'll also make sure to stack some boxes down the side of the grid at this stage while I've got more room to move around them. You can effectively expand out the 2 wide, 3 deep, 2 high grid, with a third extra row on the side also stacked 2 high. And we can subsequently get fruitier with it on subsequent prints. Once the depot's emptied out though, it's time to head back to the cockpit and resume scraping and scanning for panels until we're full again. And thanks to the magic of video editing, we're back at a full depot. So now we want to start using all the available space that we've got remaining. We can fill out the rest of this now 3x3 grid, and then we can start using the additional space in between the filler stations and the door. Once you've blocked your way a little bit, you might have to do a little jump tractor beam to pull it over the top of the other boxes that are in the way. And if you lose the pace, just click on continue ejecting once you've cleared whatever's blocking the way. So we've got 4 more boxes in that part, then 1 more printed on the output slab. So in total we crammed all 13 boxes from the first print and 11 more from the second into the cargo hold, leaving us with 2 SCU in the depot. Now before we head home, it's time to scrape and scan and scrape once more to fill up the whole depot before we head into sell. So with our cargo hold and our depot full, it's time to head back into port. And as ever, I'm going to consider some of the risks like the paranoid android that I am. To sell up, we need to head back to one of the major landing zones, Lorville on Hurston, Orison on Crusader, New Babbage on Microtech, or my choice since it's my nearest option, Area 18 on ArcCorp. It is also possible to sell this at scrapyards and stuff, but you get lower prices and you're taking way more risks, so if you've legally obtained your LRMC, definitely worth just taking it to a major LZ. However, there is a slim chance that given the jump angles would narrow significantly as we approach the planet, a very wily and patient pirate could set up a snare with a mantis that could catch us as we get close to our destination. So to nullify this risk, I'm going to just add in a dogleg jump on my way back. First I'll plot a course for somewhere completely unrelated. I'm going to start by heading to Mikau 5. I'm just going to jump about 1 million kilometers, then I'm going to cut my drive, and then I'm going to make the jump to AC itself. This way I'm just going to be totally off the beaten track, and what was already a very, very small risk of interdiction is reduced to pretty much zero. This might all seem like a bit much to some people, but my view on it is you've already put in nearly all the work in making your payday, so for the sake of an extra minute of your time, it's better to just avoid the risk entirely. When you reach your hangar at the LZ, land with the back of the Vulture nice and close to the cargo elevator to save yourself time and hassle, then start unloading the boxes into it. Here a large tracked beam can potentially be a little bit quicker, but you do have to keep in mind that the interaction can be a bit janky, and it might try to pick up the entire ship rather than just the boxes. But once the cargo hold itself is unloaded, head to the filler station and get the last 13 SCU out of the depot and onto the elevator too. Just don't forget to keep yourself hydrated, as this part in particular can be quite thirsty work. But once you're all stacked up, send the cargo elevator down to add the boxes to your local inventory. I'm not 100% sure what happened to it, but somewhere in the course of this, one of my 37 boxes did a bit of a runner, so I was left with 36. Still, not too shabby. Once this is all done, it's time to head into the city and find the Trade and Development Division, or TDD building. Here at Area 18, we want to take the metro line into the Plaza District. You'll find a TDD with the common heraldry at each of the major LZs, except for Lawville, where it's slightly different, it's the Central Business District. Once you're here, you'll want to come up to one of the terminals and interact with it, bringing up the trade menu. From the inventory drop-down on the left, select Area 18 for your local inventory, and the RMC itself will pop up. So here at Area 18, I'm getting 12.72k per SCU, with a click on max and then sell to cash in the lot for just shy of 500,000 credits. Though I know I'm going to face a few questions or accusations of clickbait about the 500k an hour claim, but this total round trip in this vid took me 53 minutes from start to finish. I would also cut out some time if I was doing it for real by not selling up every time I land at Area 18. Instead, I'd just unload my Vulture into the cargo elevator and send it to my local inventory, and then I'd just head straight back out into space without doing the full tram ride into the city to sell. Then maybe once every 3 to 4 trips, I'd make that sell run, reducing the time taken by a fair amount since a trip into the city easily eats up 5 to 10 minutes. So if I can get the average runtime down to about 45 to 50 minutes with this technique, then it does stack up to 500k an hour, which is the target I set myself. So I hope that this guide helps you start raking in the cash with your Drake Vulture. For non-combat enthusiasts, this is probably one of the most consistently profitable loops that should help you try and buy everything that you want in the game, particularly since the prices of ships have all taken a big step up since 3.23. I decided with Salvage that I would separate out this guide and one I plan to make in the near future on the Reclaimer. For me here, the mechanics are quite different, as is the buy-in, with the Vulture being yours to own for under 3 million, while the Reclaimer will set you back more than 10 times that amount at 32 million. So get saving, and we'll see you back for that guide soon. Just hit the subscribe button if you want to stay tuned for that. One thing I would also say in closing is that even though the Vulture is a very well-designed solo ship, through and through, that's not to say it can't be used in a multiplayer-oriented manner. So here's just a bit of footage from one of our more recent community events where we combined combat players taking down bounties, with a swarm of Vultures to strip down everything, and the Caterpillar to haul away the cargo for. It was a rather profitable evening, although I had some reservations when I was making the landing in the Cat full of 6 million's worth of cargo, and a whole lot of fun to boot. Particularly when we had multiple Atlas mechs just throwing boxes here, there and everywhere to offload the ship. If you would like to get involved with some more multiplayer action like this, then please do head down to the video description below and come join us over on Discord, where we regularly run all kinds of events. But with all that said, I just want to say thank you very much for watching all the way to the end, and I look forward to seeing you next time.
Hello, YouTube. Well,
Greetings, lovely citizens. Before I go, I want to reply to one of the questions in the comment section on under one of my latest videos about Reliant Tana. And back in the day, even in 3.24 branch, this ship had option to use one of the remote turrets from the co-pilot seat. Let's check it out. As we see, we can operate one big MFD. We have all options available in the MFD, so co-pilot can manage your power, can manage your shields, and power on or off. But I don't see here any other prompt. I tried to find a prompt for remote turret before I started to record to ensure myself there is no other options here. As we see, I search also here, I searched here, but there is no buttons, no prompts. Only here we have prompt for manual exit, and nothing else is here. Only power, exit, and MFDs. So I am assuming that Reliant Tana no longer have functionality of using these remote turrets by co-pilot. For a solo player like me, it's not a big deal, but if you want to fly in Tana or Koray with a friend, and if you want to have something to do as co-pilot, there is unfortunately not a lot to do right now. Better to get Cutlass or other fully functional multi-role ship. Greetings in beautiful city of Lorville in 4.0.1 PTU patch. And today I want to continue one of my favorite series, revisiting old ship interiors. Ship interiors are very important feature in Star Citizen, at least for me. This feature, to be honest, brought me into this game. I bought and I rented as much ships, old ships, as I can for this 15 millions we have in PTU. And I'm going right now to one of my hangars and try to check out these cool features we can hopefully see in 4.0 branch. And we will start with a big boy, or big girl if you like to say it like this. Constellation Taurus, a favorite ship of lot of citizens. One of the best ships right now if you want to do high risk bounty missions, and to be honest, a great daily driver if you like big ships. I like medium ships and smaller ones. I flight a couple of times with Constellation series, and I can say this is a very awesome vehicle, but today we will be focused on the interior. Okay, very old creation. We have some features added in previous patches. I don't want to focus on that, but I definitely want to check out MFDs. Okay, I don't see any new graphical bugs. Advanced HUD looks great. And yeah, that's the cockpit view from Constellation Taurus. Everything works, power, engines, exterior, vitals, closed cargo bay, okay. So we have also some prompt. Okay, but what I really wanted to show you, this is not maybe the newest thing in 4.0 branch, but not everyone knows that in Constellation series we have now proper internal storage. 1050k micro SCU in this locker, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lockers. And this is separate storage. If I put here my Brimstone Karna rifle inside of this locker and I try to open, for example, this, there is no Karna inside. You need to open the right locker. Lovely, so we have over 5 SCU for loot. Over 5 SCU. This is the more than enough space for you and your crew members and even some passengers. This is great. Let's see, table works. Yes, table works still. I don't see any graphical bugs here. That was common in previous patches. Oh, we can close cargo bay from here. And probably that's all. Yeah, nothing new. Of course, there is some new stuff from 3.24.3 as relays and fire extinguishers and so on and so forth. But the most important thing in 4.0 branch is internal storage lockers. This is the great idea. And I wanted it so badly. And now it is on ship. Okay, let's jump to another RSI creation. RSI Aurora MR, the starter ship I loved again in 4.0 preview, mainly because this time the cargo grid of Auroras works and works very well. I tested it several times in 4.0 preview, so Aurora is right now full-fledged starter ship. So you can do some looting with this little and very cheap vehicle. Let's go inside to the interior. Okay, I don't see any additional prompts. So, no storage inside. Unfortunately, I wish we have here a little storage locker. Half SCU at least. For some personal stuff. Because you know, if we put here on the grid, for example, 1 SCU box or 2 SCU box, of course you can have here some personal stuff, but everyone can go here and steal it without entering interior, which is not perfect, but at least I'm very happy that Aurora have this cargo grid operational. But what is really important, in 4.0 preview, Aurora had a very nasty graphical bugs on MFDs. And right now everything is looking perfect. No overlapping, no weird stuff here. Everything looks clean and nice. Oh yeah, I love it. And we have also some prompts. We can close and open exterior, set engine on and off, and power on and off. And advanced HUD looks also great. So right now flying in Aurora would be much better than before. I have one more RSI creation to check out for today. So let's go. RSI Mantis. Beloved by pirates, introduction vehicle, very nice looking RSI creation. Let's go inside. Through the elevator. And let's look around. I really don't like this noise. Let's check out, maybe we will find something new here. I didn't test this before. Okay, toilet. Bed. Fire extinguisher, this is old. So, unfortunately, no internal storage here. Maybe we can slap here one SU box. I don't know, but let's look at MFDs because Mantis had also nasty graphical bugs here. But right now in 4.0.1 PTU, everything looks great. Very clean, very nice. Now let's check out one of the most popular advanced starter ships in the game, and I think this will be something really great. Consolidated Outland Nomad. I like this ship, I like it a lot. We have here nice 24 SCU cargo grid with tractor beam. Very useful thing, especially if you want to become a cargo hauler in Star Citizen. But not only this, because this is very nice daily driver. Maybe not the fastest, but also it's not sluggish. It's flying pretty well. Have 3 size 3 guns, which is nice. 3 shields, which is also nice if you have a good component loadout, because these 3 shields can be, let's say, it a little bit problematic if we're talking about power distribution. But let's go inside because this is the point of this video. Okay. 2 gun racks here. This is old, but it's worth mentioning we have some gun racks in the Nomad. Toilet is normal. We can open and close cargo bay from here. Do we have some component access? This is old thing. Here we have armor locker. This is also old thing. And this is the most important thing I wanted to check. Damn, I love this interior. Have we storage here? I hope so. This bed is also looking great, but I don't see any internal storage here. MFDs looks not bad. They are little bit small for my taste, but looks not bad. We have also some prompts here. Now let's check some MISC creations. I don't really know if we find anything new in the MISC ships, but I really want to check it out. MISC Prospector, the single-seater mining platform. But is this ship good enough to live inside and treat this ship like your home? Let's check out. Alright, habitation area. Lot of components, placeholders, storage sign, but no access to the storage from here. Also no access to the storage from here. I like to check this ship every time new patch is dropping. And I always hope we have some storage inside. Toilet looks normal, nothing new. Let's check out also MFDs. MFDs looks not bad. We have also some prompts here. Open exterior, very important. Power off, engine on, and that's all. The view from the cockpit of Prospector is ridiculously good. Okay, let's go and check another MISC creation for today. MISC Freelancer, the standard version. This ship is almost symbol of this manufacturer. Let's try to go inside and let's check out if this ship have something interesting in interior. Okay, first thing I want to check out. No, the bug related to the side doors is still not fixed. But we can open this door from cockpit. Okay. There's nothing special. Toilet is old. Kitchenette is old. I think lighting is maybe a little bit better. I don't know. Let's check out MFDs. And looks like MFDs are a little bit broken here. Not so bright. I don't see almost anything on this MFDs. And shields as well as self status is also broken. These MFDs are also barely visible. It's awful. I don't buy this ship. As well, no internal storage for MISC Freelancer, but to be honest, it's not a big deal for me, at least, because we can put here a small box or two small boxes for your stuff and for stuff of your crew. And this we can treat like a main cargo grid for your, for example, contracts. Of course, we can access the components right now in Prospectors. This is also old feature, but worth to check out and revisit. I don't see any graphical bugs as far. Everything is accessible and visible. So that's a MISC Prospector. Drake Cutlass Black. The fastest and the most maneuverable medium multi-role ship in the game. Let's go inside. And yeah, everything here is old. Fuse relay actually works. In 4.0 preview, this fuse relay was bugged and this fuse was not visible. Okay, everything is old here. This engineering terminal is from 3.24 branch. But the new thing in 4.0 is bigger storage lockers. In previous patches we had only 500k micro SCU in each of these lockers. Right now we have 1500k micro SCU in each of this locker. So combined we have 3 SCU of storage for your stuff and for your crew. And this is awesome. This ship is flying home for me. I love it. Let's check out also MFDs. MFDs looks normal. Nothing changed. And looks awesome. We have also some prompts here. Okay, let's check out another ship. Underdog among underdogs. The Drake Herald. I am a little bit nervous, because I like to check this ship every time new patch is dropping. That could be a great ship for Pyro, because of relatively low signature and very fast speed. That could be great daily driver in Pyro, because you can go in, do your mission, and go out very fast. Let's go inside.
Landing gear.
Okay, first thing to check. Weapon locker still not working. Here we have some decorative storage with no prompt. Here we have more. And still no access to the storage. Here we have some decorative shenanigans. And console with MFDs. MFDs looking great. Let's check out also cockpit.
Bottom drive is now off.
MFDs looking not bad. Cockpit view is not terrible as well. I don't see any graphical bugs here. So, at least this looking nice. But the lack of the internal storage in this beautiful ship is for me very weird, and I would love one day to buy this ship in game and use as my daily driver, but for me at least one locker is very important in the ship. And this is last vehicle I wanted to cover in this episode. Stay tuned, because I want to do at least one more. Maybe not tomorrow, but definitely I want to do another one in 4.0.1 PTU. If you like this series and if you like my videos overall, please consider subscribing. And if you want to become a fuel supplier for this channel, please check out pinned comment. As always, thanks for watching, have a great day, and bye bye.
Bottom drive is now off. Landing complete. Engines offline.
turn your wrongs into a whole lot of right.
When venturing out, always
to leave all materials found during mining expeditions outside. Already begun to help make the Empire a better place? Thanks to our award-winning Klesher Cares program, a percentage of all your hard work goes towards helping those less fortunate. Together, we can turn your wrongs into a whole lot right.
On to the next one.
Attention! Attention! Please direct your attention towards the front gates. One of our guests has completed their rehabilitation and is being released. Let's give them a round of applause. Good luck back in the world, civilian.
SOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Greetings, lovely citizen.
But pretty quiet at the moment. By the way, guys, these Mercury Star Runners are fucking assholes. Alright, just letting you guys know. What up, guys? Astro Manny here, back at it again with another video. Welcome back to another good one. So today is going to be maybe sort of Bounty Hunter Guide Part 4, or maybe just a how to make money guide doing bounty hunting. I'm not exactly sure what the title of this video is. You guys will see it. But the point is, yesterday I showcased the end of bounty hunting, as in getting VHRTs and getting to ERTs. Well, today I'm going to show you where to actually make the money in bounty hunting. Now, if you like that sort of thing, you know what to do. Smash that like button, leave a comment down below, and subscribe if you haven't already. You can also hit the notification bell so you know when I go live Monday through Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You could also hit that join button down below and become a member and support me. Thank you for all the love and support. You guys are really making a difference in my life. All right, so today is about making money in Star Citizen. This is the money video. This is where it all comes to. Now, you repped up in Stanton. You went to Stanton, you followed through with all the bounty hunting, and you went and you made it all the way through Stanton and maxed out your bounty hunting to Guild Steward. You've done it. You've unlocked ERTs, you've unlocked VHRTs, and now you're like, where do I make money? Killing hammerheads all the time is too difficult. And I am with you on that. Okay. Now, again, the hammerheads and the ERTs are doable solo, much better to do as a team. Definitely doable solo, but it's time consuming if you're doing it solo and not worth it. The loot you can get from it can sometimes be worth it. So if you're one of those loot goblins that likes to loot everything in ERTs and VHRTs, then sure. But I'm going to show you a way that you can make millions, multiple millions an hour in a fighter ship, in a gunboat, whatever you want for your pew-pews. Let's make some money, all right? So, how do you do this? Well, the reputation is in Stanton, but guess what? The money is in Pyro, and that is where we're at. We're just at some random asteroid cluster. Now, it doesn't matter where you do this mission chain. You can do it at any of the planets: Bloom, Monox, Pyro 1, Pyro 5, Pyro 7. No such thing. Or is there? Terminus, Rune, wherever you are, whatever the case is, you can do it. Okay, so all these places have bounty hunting missions that will take you to clusters or to space stations or to a random area to do a bounty hunt. What we're going to show you is I'm going to pick out this place. I mean, it doesn't matter where. Like I said, one of the best places to do it at is at Terminus, because at Terminus you have two choices. It's either going to be a random cluster close by, or it's going to be Rune Station. Monox has a really stable area where you only do one asteroid cluster, but it can get pretty crowded with other players and other random missions. So take it as you want, do it where you want, but the point is, how do you do this? Again, max out your reputation. In fact, you don't have to even have maxed out ERT rep. You can do this at the VHRT level, okay? At the VHRT level, because what we are doing is not the best maxed out 166, yes, 166,000 per kill mission. We're not even doing that one. because that one you're going to be fighting hammerheads or redeemers or A2s, and it's just time consuming, and those things for some reason don't always have loot. The loot is very limited in this 166,001, and I'm not about that life. Instead, we're gonna do this one, which is kind of like the VHRT mission, but it's 136,000, and that's a huge amount of money. It's not as much as 166, but it's 136. You're just missing out 30k. But the point is, in this mission, you're fighting much easier targets to kill. Not necessarily easier targets, because they're going to be quicker and more dangerous, but they're going to take less time to kill. You're going to fight cutlasses, you're going to fight Connies, you're going to fight things that you can kill on a normal basis with your fighter ships, instead of having to have 4 size 5 cannons and things like that. So let's showcase this a bit, and again, making millions an hour, because that's how we do things around here. So there we go. We're already at the cluster for this, like I said, because you can choose where to do these missions. You could also get missile shot at you before you even start your day off. And our first target is going to be a Cuddy. So as you can tell, an F7A can take out a Cuddy pretty fairly quickly. Boom. Money. Money. We're done. We made our money. Done. You could check for loot. You guys want me to check loot real quick on the first mission? Oh, we're getting shot. I'm over here trying to check loot. Getting shot at. Yeah. Most of these missions don't have loot, but they pay a hefty sum for completion, right? Okay. Might as well take out this guy real quick. He's shooting at us. Do make sure you killed the targets within the range of the mission. That still holds true here in Pyro. You have to kill your target within the mission area. Sometimes it's hard to tell where that mission area is. Sometimes it's easy, but just letting you know. All right, so we completed our mission, and guess what? We do it again. You guys are asking Astro Manny, how do you make money in Star Citizen? Well, guess what? It's right here, my dog. It's right here. Find your target, neutralize target. It's another Cuddy. Give it to him, bro. Make sure to stay in the zone. So you see how he's really far away? We're gonna actually not target the Cuddy right now because he's really far away, and we want to make sure that we complete our mission, right? So let's take out this side target while we wait for the Cuddy to get a little bit closer to us. That's my alarm to wake up if I haven't woke up. Thank you for ruining my video. Now, you are going to get overwhelmed by a lot of dudes in this. So don't just sit like it's easy either. You're going to have to put in work. You're going to have to make sure that the Cuddies don't tear you a new one, because they fucking will. Make sure that all the dudes don't tear you a new one, right? These Scorpiuses aren't playing no games either. Alright. This is the king of bounties showing you how to make that cash money. And if you die a few times, you know, this is not easy. You're doing the highest level missions in the game. Right, guys? These are the highest level missions in the game. They're not the easiest things to do. They're not a walk in the park. I'm making it look pretty simple because actually, I don't know why they're spawning so few enemies. I feel like most of the time they spawn a lot more enemies than this. But they're taking it really easy on me right now. Maybe they're like, oh, he's trying to make content for once and we're going to take it easy on him. I think it's because it's pretty early in the morning at the moment, and I don't think there's a whole lot of people online at the moment on my server and whatnot, so this cluster is pretty quiet. Normally this cluster is definitely full of players and other shenanigans going on, making it difficult to ride in here solo. But it's pretty quiet at the moment. By the way, guys, these Mercury Star Runners are fucking assholes. Alright, just letting you guys know. I think I hit an asteroid. Beautiful. Or an invisible wall. We'll be right back. I'm pretty sure I hit an invisible wall there. I'll take a look and show you guys on the replay. Alrighty guys, so we are back in action. We're back here in the Hornet. I picked up my body. You see there, that's kind of where my ship wrecked, so we must have hit that asteroid. It kind of seems like I still have a physical ship there. Soft death or something, but maybe that's just, you know, a mark in the system. When I checked back in the replay, I didn't quite see the asteroid in my visuals, but maybe it was there, you know? We all run into asteroids. We're in an asteroid cluster. There's a lot going on. Anyways, let's complete a few more and show you guys that this is quite the mission. It is quite a lot of fun, and there's quite a lot of money to be made. Because as you can see, we just keep going, and you do this back to back, and you keep making money. And you see our targets. You have 2 Cuddies that we fought so far, an MSR, and now we're fighting an Ares, okay? These are all very doable targets in Gladiuses, or in Connies, or in whatever the hell you want to bring. Very doable targets. Very quick money. The span of this video is going to maybe be 15 minutes, and I'm going to make $1 million in that 15 minutes. Or really close, as you can see. That is another money in the bank. I've completed 4 missions, and 4 missions gets you 500k, okay? After 4 missions, you're sitting at 500k. Sometimes the mission doesn't refresh right away. You gotta wait till the missions refresh, and then it'll pop up. Sometimes it takes a minute, sometimes it takes 2 minutes. It shouldn't take more than 2 minutes, because missions refresh every 2 or so minutes. Do know that if there are other people around, they're going to be spawning other missions like that. So you have to be aware that you are in competition with other people grabbing missions. So that is why I say some of these places have difficulty, because not only are you competing with other players for things spawning and stuff like that, but you're fighting over the missions to actually accept the missions versus other players, but you're also going to run into other players if you're in a busy cluster that is used by lots of people. That's why you have to pick and choose where you do these missions, or, you know, do a little PvP mixed in with it, alright? So just so you guys know about that. The mission reset is about to come, and then I'll go ahead and grab it and see what we can do. So we're gonna grab this, we're gonna accept this, we're gonna go in here, we saw the mission come down, and boom, we're gonna grab the next mission. We're gonna do the next mission, we're gonna make another 136k, and go pew pew as we fly around making all the cash money. Astro Manny, how do you make money? Well, this is one of the ways. Not the only way, not necessarily the most definitive best, and all else ways is terrible, but this is definitely one of the ways, if not the very best. Remember, you have to kill your target within the mission marker, so I'm not going to chase after him too far. He was really far out there. I needed to be careful there. Here's his escorts. More freelancers, another Cuddy. Cuddies are dangerous, guys. Okay, so you gotta watch out for Cuddies. You gotta watch out for Mercury Star Runners. Surprisingly, the Mercury Star Runners are very dangerous. Cuddies have ballistics and just 6 guns. Very dangerous to smaller fighter ships. Okay, they're less dangerous to the big guys. They will eventually tick the big guys down, but they're very dangerous. This is Master Modes. This is 4.0. This is 30 FPS servers. You gotta be careful flying out here all willy-nilly. Alright? You will get overrun if you're not careful. Last video, like I said, I was showcasing how difficult it can be to do ERTs and VHRTs. This video, I'm showing you if you do it right, if you're careful, you take out the escorts, you plan everything, you go in with your best ship, you practice, you can make that cash money. That's what I'm showcasing in this video. Last video was a public service warning. It was me showcasing how difficult things can be if you go in unprepared and thinking that just because you're in a big gunship that everything's going to be okay. You can still complete your missions that I showed yesterday. It just takes a little bit of extra work, some more carefulness. I really am upset with this mission here. We got 2 retaliators. Those are the most annoying ship to kill, for sure. I was like, I saw the main target was a retaliator. I was like, I'm gonna go kill the escorts. I look behind me and the escort's a retaliator too. What the hell, man? So we'll see how this goes. We'll take out the non-retaliator escort, and then we'll focus on the main target. Retaliators are a pain in the butt to kill with light fighters. Not because they're very difficult, but just because they're so goddamn tanky. With NBDs, it goes a little bit quicker. It goes faster if you're using attritions, but then if you're using attritions, you know, you're kind of limiting to yourself on your accuracy potential. Just know not to get overwhelmed here. Keep your distance. We have the second guy attacking us and making a run. You got to keep your distance from both of the ships. Our shields are running low. Let's drop a noise to try to keep them off of us. Noise is very important when you're fighting multiple gunboats, guys. Keep your distance. Get your shields back up if you have to. I will disengage and get my shields back up if I have to. Fighting 2 retaliators is not the most fun thing to do. I am definitely keeping my distance on this one, making it much difficult to get the kill. We'll move in a little bit. We'll come in quick, move in a little bit, get really good shots on him. And he's not going to get very good shots on us because we're going to stay on a full boost strafe here to avoid shots. But that allows his backup target to come in and put in quite a bit of damage on us. There's also something else out here, another freelancer. Again, I'm not going to be afraid to disengage. Also a cuddy out here. Somebody must have spawned another mission. Most definitely someone spawned another mission. Most definitely someone spawned another mission. Yep. You see what I mean? When the other people are spawning missions, it definitely makes life difficult. Cuddies are a pain. We're not the fastest tool in the shed. Being in a Hornet, we're pretty quick, but not the fastest. That other retaliator is just gonna sit there and just tank, man. It's so annoying to get double retaliator. But this is a good section for the video. Double retaliator is definitely a possibility. Those retaliators have a lot of guns on them. They're really tanky. Be aware. Alright, so here we go. We're working on them. We're getting them. We're getting them. Ow! Alright, so we got the one retaliator down, our target. I'm going to try to just not have to deal with the other guy. This is a freelancer. We'll go ahead and take care of him. Could be a one passer. Yep. And we're going to just try to ignore the fact that we have this other random retaliator on us and fly in this direction and pick up one more mission. And then I think I've showcased enough. Again, we've completed this mission 6 times in the amount of time of this video. Got you guys some good gameplay, as well as showcasing the amount of money you can make, right? I'm gonna wait 30 seconds for the mission to respawn, and then we should be fine. I think we got rid of our other pesky retaliator. No, we did not, but he's not necessarily chasing us anymore, laying dormant. So we'll just stay out of his range. Like I said, we'll wait for the mission respawn timer, and then we'll pick up another mission. And if that's 7 missions, then that'll show you that I made around